Christian, you're free to go. You need to put your mic on.
Hey, yeah. Sound check. Do you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Perfect. Then can I share the presentation?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Perfect. Then I think we can start. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christian Teuschl. I'm the product manager of Ripestad, and today I have the pleasure not only to kick off the second day of ENOG 17, but also start this drop-in session for the demo of the next Ripestad user interface. Together with the Ripestad team, I would like to welcome you, and we appreciate that you're going to take the time to be with us. Before we're going to go to the demo, I would like to do a quick introduction to Ripestad and talk about the why and when. So Ripestad, Ripestad is an information service. It's an information service for internet-related numbers. And it's also seen as the open data platform for RIPE NCC data, RIPE database, RIS, and RIPE Atlas. You probably already heard about these ones. But we do also have other internet-related data sets. The basic idea is that we're going to provide insights through statistics. And one way to do that is to provide access to data sets. At the moment, we have 35 different data sets, and we keep adding new data sets all the time. If you're interested in more details on these data sets, then I welcome you to follow the link that's on the slide. Here we're going to have a very interesting slide because it shows the three ways how users of Ripestad can interact with the system. At the bottom, we have the Ripestad Data API. The Ripestad Data API is a REST-like interface that provides you with raw, uninterpreted data. The target audience for that API is people that are building applications, writing scripts, or do monitoring in general. But we also use it internally. So on top of the Ripestad Data API, we're going to have the Ripestad Widget API. The Ripestad Widget API is a first user interface that facilitates internet standards like CSS, HTML5, and JavaScript. It could be seen as a mini user interface to the underlying data. The benefit of these widgets is that they can be embedded in any HTML pages. On top of the widget API, we're going to have the container, where basically all these two things come together. And this is what you're going to see when you're going to go to stat.ripe.net. And just to be clear, when we are talking about Ripestad user interface, then we are in the current user interface, we're going to talk about these two layers. So the container plus the widget API. Now, I think that a lot of people might be interested, why are we developing a new user interface? And the answer is pretty simple and straightforward. Ripestad development started in around 2010-11, but the technology that we are used for the current user interface is from 2013. And in terms of web standards or web technology, this is a long time. And operating Ripestad, we collected a lot of user feedback, and we gained a lot of experience, and there were new requirements. And simply, that together, what we have learned was not possible to get done in the old technology stack. So that's why we really made the decision that we're gonna build a new user interface from ground up. As a kind of a way that steers us in the right direction, we came up with 5 guiding principles. What these guiding principles mean in practice, we will see later at the demo. But if we're going to quickly go through them. So the first 2 are responsive and mobile friendliness. Plus, it needs to be a self-contained app. Luckily, that is being provided by a technology that is called PWA, Progressive Web Applications, that covers both of these principles in one technology stack. So I think it's not a surprise that we use that technology stack for the new user interface. From a functional point of view, we also have 3 other guiding principles: user-driven presentation, universal search context, and shareability. Again, what that exactly means, we will see a bit later in the demo. What you might also be interested is to hear about what is the outlook and what are the expectations from a product perspective. First of all, the new user interface, or we call it UI 2020, was introduced as an alternative for RipeStat at the last Ripe meeting, Ripe 81. So that means that we encourage people to use it, but we know that the features are not yet the same as the current user interface. Our plan is that by the next Ripe meeting, Ripe 82, that we tentatively officially announce the UI 2020 as the official user interface. So that means that when you're going to go to stat.ripe.net, that you will be presented with the user interface, a further developed user interface that we're going to see in the demonstration soon. What does that mean for the old user interface, for the widget API? First of all, we keep provisioning the widget API because we know that a lot of people embedded these widgets on their pages, and we're not gonna take that away from you. What we do change is the way we're gonna maintain it. Because so far, it has always been the Ripe NCC that created widgets and also maintained them. This maintenance will shift from a single maintenance to a shared maintenance model, which means that at this moment, we have already been working together with 3 other areas, EPINIC, LACNIC, and AFRINIC, to work together on this widget API. So that means that the maintenance will move into a shared responsibility between the areas. A step further would be if we're going to open source that. But this is something that we probably leave up for discussion in the future. So, and with that, I conclude my introduction to that. And I would like to introduce and call up 2 of my colleagues, Fallon and Stefan. Fallon is our feedback champion. So she is processing whatever feedback we're going to get from our users, which is sometimes a very hard job. And Stefan is our UI lead. Stefan has been has worked on the new user interface for the past year. And one word about Stefan. Stefan is not originally coming from a background with network operators and internet service providers. So I can only imagine how difficult it was for him to get accustomed to all these jargon, these technical terms. But I do think that he did a really great job, and I'm really looking forward for your opinion on the next user interface. And with that, I would like to call my colleagues if we are ready.
Hi, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me all.
Yes, Fallon, I can hear you.
Good. I hope you are all well and safe and that you had a nice lunch. As Christian already mentioned, I'm the feedback and support lead for RipeStat. So all the feedback that we get for the widgets and via UserSnap, I am collecting them and try to do my best to to give them to the right people. After this session, so after the demo that Stefan will give, we will continue with a Q&A in the spatial chat. As you all have in your ENOG email, you will receive the spatial chat link and the password. So please come to the spatial chat with any questions that you have about the new RipeStat or the old RipeStat, or if you have any feedback that that you have for us. With that saying, I would like to give Stefan the floor to proceed with the demo. I wish you all a nice day. Bye-bye.
See you later, guys.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm supposing you can hear me because I see the thing moving. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Let's see. Can everyone see the screen? Looks like it. Great. Let me know if you can't. I'm going to begin. So I'm Stefan Suez. I'm the UI UX front-end developer guy working on the RipeStat UI. And I'm here to talk a little bit about the new UI and give you a demo. When we started looking at revamping the RipeStat UI, we had several goals in mind that Christian talked briefly about earlier. One is that we conceive of RipeStat as a self-contained app. So if you went to the current RipeStat website, you see not just the search bar and the results, which is what we think of as the app, but you see documentation and other things that are not really central to the core functionality of RipeStat. So one concept was really we just wanted to focus on that core functionality, what constitutes the sort of app of RipeStat. We also wanted it to be modern, built on a modern framework and responsive, both with respect to device size and resizing, as well as the performance that you would get while using it. We also wanted to have a single, clear, unified search context, which would include the date range and the resource that applied to everything that you would see in your result. And we wanted these search results to convey simple, easily digestible summary information that could be expanded upon if necessary with color coding reinforcement. So green means everything is good, blue is neutral or informational, and orange means that it's something that you might want to investigate a little bit further. We also wanted the user to be able to customize both the interface and the results. And we wanted to make it easy to share or save this information. So with that, let's dive into the demo. What you see in front of you is the landing screen for the new RipeStat UI. And you might notice it has quite a different look than the current one. I should stop a moment and say that I'm also part of the technical design circle at the RIPE NCC. And we've been working on a unified template, which you see here. That's the header part and the sidebar, which you'll be seeing a lot more of in the coming months with other apps and services at the RIPE NCC. So let's dive into the demo. As you can see in the center of your screen at the top, you have this big search box. You can search for any kind of resource there, or you can click on one of these links to launch a suggested search for you. So if we take, for instance, the ASN for the RIPE NCC, you can see that we have a search suggestion drop-down that comes down and gives you related resources to what you've put in. You also have your local resources that are shown at the bottom, and any of those you can click on, or of course you can just hit enter and you will get a search result that shows you what we're calling info cards instead of widgets, because the info cards are meant to really display summary information that is more modular and more granular than a particular set of things that a more complicated widget would show. So for instance, I put in this ASN and we can see visibility information, we can see how many prefixes that ASN has, we can see location information and neighbors information, RPKI, And at each level, you can dig down deeper to find information related to this particular resource. You might have also noticed the second part of the search bar here, which is that a regular search will just show you what is current information, but you can also decide to see things by a certain time frame, let's say the last 12 months. You could put in an absolute time frame. Let's say I want to go back and just see things from the last 2 years. And at every point when you select your time frame, your results will update with applying that time frame to the resource that you're looking for. Also, you have the ability to reorganize the elements that are on your screen in whatever order you want, either by just dragging them around. You could turn them on or off on your screen. You can also use this interface for reorganizing the elements in whatever way you want. Let's say I've got a grouping here that I really like and that I want to save. I can click on the Save Search, and I'll be able to save this particular configuration and come back to it later by going into my saved searches or directly linking back to that search. If you're on a saved search, you'll notice that it's highlighted. It shows that this is a saved search you've done. If we want to search for something different, let's say an IP address, we can do that. And we'll get just the info cards that are relevant to that particular search. In addition, if you have a particular search configured in a particular order with a particular set of cards, it's very easy to just share that by just copying the share URL and sending that to anyone you want. When they paste this URL into their browser, they will see exactly what you've seen. They will see the same search that you've launched, but the same criteria will be available to them. Let's do a couple more searches just for fun here. How about this is a good one because it shows you, you might notice the color difference that I mentioned earlier. Things that are blue are just informational. They have no value, good or bad. Things that are green mean that, in this example, in geolocation, the reason this is green is because both our sources agree with each other. They both say that this resource is in Switzerland. Up here, you might see this orange. That means that in this particular case, we have a visibility problem or a potential visibility problem because the risk collectors are not showing 100% for this particular prefix. And because of that, we flag these as orange because it's something that you might want to investigate further. It might be fine, but it might be something that you want to look into a little bit further. In addition, we could put in, you can search for a host, for example. And as with any of the info cards that you pull up, you could simply click on any of the resources that are contained within those to get further information about that particular resource. We could go further and get from the this prefix to the AS and then get information about that AS. So at every step of the way, we've tried to make it easy for you to dig down to get further information from the various info cards and to save them in configurations that would make sense to you. In addition, what we've done is, depending on the resource, you might have noticed this use case menu. What we're developing here, and we will have a lot more of these in the coming months, are use cases, which are really collections of info cards that apply to a particular use case, and they will change depending on the resource type. So I've searched for an ASN here, and that's why the use case menu will show me ASN appropriate use cases. In this particular case, for instance, for RPKI validation, we can see the prefixes that we have. All the ones for this AS are valid. I can pull up one that I think has a mixture to show you what that looks like. But in these particular cases, you can actually take a look at the groupings, the use cases that make sense for a particular item. So for instance, in this one, we have 266 that have an unknown RPKI and 685 that are valid prefixes that each have a ROA associated with them. In addition, in case there are things that you're missing from the classic UI, from the classic RipeStat, we've created this classic widgets area that allows you, again, based on the resource type that you've put in, allows you to see the previous structure that you might be familiar with from stat.ripe.net, and you could go into any of these and pull up an individual status or an individual old style widget that would give you information based on the inputs that you've put here. And the timeframes and everything apply from the ones that you've chosen here should apply to the individual widgets. And it's just like pulling up individual widgets on the old interface. And that we thought would be helpful to help smooth the transition if you'd like to move to the new UI. Let's see, in addition, some fun things that we put in are, we have user preferences that allow you to do things like change the language. These languages exist on weblate.ripe.net. They can be community supplied. And as we put more and more strings into the system, we will invite community members to supply translations for their particular language for the languages that we support. In addition, other fun stuff that you can do is you could change the card theme, for instance. Let's say I wanted to have a different info card theme. We could have full bleed cards. We could have, ones that are a bit more subtle. So all of these different themes are available to play around with. Our default one is title bar full color. Also, we have a feedback link, which we very much encourage you to use. If you click on the feedback link, you'll be able to actually we will get sent a screenshot of the screen that you're looking at. You can annotate it if you want. You could put things in that tell us, that point to various areas of the screen so that we can look at them directly. And you click send and we'll get a screenshot with your notations and your feedback. And like I said, we strongly encourage you to use that. The other thing that I wanted to show you guys was the fact that this is very much a adapted responsive interface, and that we also have developed it as a PWA. I'm going to switch my screen sharing to try to share a different screen. Hopefully you guys can see that. So here I've installed this same application. I just saved it to my home screen. You can do this on Android or iOS. And when you launch it, you can see it's nicely adapted for a phone screen. It also works on pads and all different devices. It adapts really nicely. When you click on a search, you get the same search information that you'd get on the main one, except it's nicely adapted for your screen. All the same functionality works in the same way in the PWA, and we hope you use it and provide your feedback for it. We're pretty happy with it. I think that pretty much is everything I wanted to show you guys. So with that, I will stop my screen sharing. And Christian, was there anything I left out that's
absolutely great? I really loved it.
Great.
So I think we do have a few minutes. So if we're gonna have any question that we're gonna want to bring up right now, then I would
we have
like
a question in the Q&A. Oh, it's come.
Oh, yeah, that's maybe we already answered it.
Oh no, one more time. It was edited.
Can you embed info cards independently to other sites and web apps? Oh, well, thank you for the excellent work. Actually, currently, you can't embed individual info cards. You can share any link and have the entire app show exactly what you were seeing to someone else. And of course, you can show and hide the side menu. So you can definitely, if you wanted to, you could share a single info card and it would just show a pretty minimal interface of that. We've talked about whether or not we'll allow in the future just the info card with no interface around it to be shared. But that's something that we haven't yet worked out, but we're definitely looking into it. So thanks for the question. Anyone else?
So right now I don't see any questions in the Q&A section.
No, there are no questions anymore.
Well, anymore, maybe not here. So I think we could conclude the demo and then move over into the spatial chat. Shall we do that?
There is a question from Elvis. Oh, he was in the audio queue. I will grant him audio.
Hey guys, yeah, I could ask this in the spatial chat as well. That's why I got out of the queue. But anyway, quick question. Yes, Elvis Valabi for escrow. Have you managed to look at the APNIC and the ARIN transfers and whether you'll be able to show them as well?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Elvis, we had this discussion last week, and I have been contacting APNIC because they are providing the API for that. But so far we haven't got any input back. But I would expect that it will not take a long time until we have that feature in RipeStat.
Cool. Thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, I think we are 1 minute to the end of the demo, so which I think we can move over to spatial chat, and I'm gonna hope to see many of you over there.
Yeah, thanks
Thank
very
you
much
for the attention. Goodbye.
Okay, I hope you can see me and hear me. Dear participants, on behalf of the program committee of this event, on behalf of ENOG PC, allow me to welcome you and say how glad I am that you all decided to attend the first ever virtual ENOG. After so many different online activities, I'm absolutely happy that you all decided to join us today. This is the first plenary day, and we hope that every day we will be gaining more and more participants. At the moment, our audience is 73 people strong. We are the program committee. We are the people who are drafting the agenda for the conference, and we hope very much that we manage to make this meeting interesting and relevant and useful. Let me emphasize that we, the program committee, we are elected out of the community, and the presentations and the speakers are of your own kin. We are basically part of the community, so if you feel like joining the effort, if you have ideas, then please follow our mailing list, because now and then we are sending out invitations to become new members. So thank you once again. And now, not just as the chair of the program committee, but as one of the speakers today, let me remind you that there is a text chat on the Mitaco platform. You can find it in the left upper corner. It looks like two bubbles. And if you click on those bubbles, the chat will open. Another pictogram there is a question mark. This is for questions. If for some reason you don't want to ask for the audio flow, whatever the reason is, your connection is not very stable, or you're not sure that your microphone is working properly, you can send us your question in writing. And you can do it by clicking on this question mark in a circle. And the leftmost icon is the polling section. And today we're going to have at least one poll. It means that if a speaker decides to poll the audience, and in the past when we used to see each other face to face in a conference, we could have asked the audience to just raise their hands, but we can't do it now. Therefore, we're going to use those virtual polls. Again, do use the chat. And also use the spatial chat. The link is in your mail. And you can talk there. Groups of people, you can join one group of people and move on to another group of people. This is just like a live communication. Please use this capability during the coffee break. It works just fine. So once again, thank you very much. This is the third time. If I say it 3 times, then it's true. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. We hope you enjoy the day. And at this point, I'm ready to pass the floor to our next presenter. And I believe that she will introduce herself, because that is the main idea, really, to have her speak right now.
Thank you, Alexander. I guess you're referring to me. I think I'm the next speaker, looking at the agenda. Can everybody hear me? Somebody confirm, please.
I can hear you fine.
Sorry.
Yes,
We can hear you. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Right. Yes, my name is Mirjam Kühne, and thank you very much for inviting me to present a few slides here in the opening plenary of ENOG 17. It's great to see that this community is coming together, also at an online event. I will share my screen now with a few slides, and I will give you an introduction to who I am and what my role is. If all goes well, you'll see my slides now. And yes, my name is Mirjam Kühne. I am the new chair of the RIPE community, and I would like to introduce you here to the new RIPE chair team. So for those of you that don't know what RIPE is, I heard that there are a lot of newcomers this time at ENOG, which is great. I'm very happy to hear this. So for just a quick introduction to RIPE, it stands for Réseau IP Européen, is the European IP network. And it was founded in 1989 by a number of academics at the time in Europe to promote the internet and to use IP and to coordinate, IP addresses, AS numbers, certain technical aspects of the network. And a few years later, they created the secretariat, the RIPE NCC, and I believe Hans-Peter Hollen is going to talk more about this in a few minutes. Now, 30 years later, we still have RIPE and the RIPE NCC, and RIPE, of course, is much bigger now. We just had a meeting a week and a half ago with over 1,000 registrations, and it's still important to collaborate and to coordinate technical aspects, but also to get to know each other to make this internet work. So just like here in ENOG, we came together at the RIPE community at the RIPE meeting, virtually, of course. So this is the list of RIPE chairs so far. Rob Loxile was the first chair. He started at the very beginning at RIPE 1 and held this role for 25 years. Some of you who have been around might remember him. He was actually very active in the ENOG region, and he traveled a lot and in Russia and surrounding countries, and he was very supportive of activities and networking activities in the ENOG region. He then handed it over to Hans-Peter Hollen and at RIPE 68 in 2014, I believe. And Hans-Peter Hollen was at the RIPE chair for a bit more than 5 years until recently. And one of the first tasks that Rob Loxile gave to Hans-Peter was to come up with a process to basically replace himself. That means to find the next chair after his term ended. And so that process is now in place. Last year, the community agreed on this process, and the nominating committee has selected myself as the RIPE chair and Neil O'Reilly as the RIPE vice chair. And he sends his regards. Unfortunately, he cannot be here with you at this ENOG meeting today because he had some conflicting meetings today. And so we've just started in September. And I would like to give you a quick rundown of what we've been doing so far and what our priorities are and where we would like to focus on, and also what you can do in this for this work. So obviously we had the RIPE meeting a week and a half ago, so we were very busy preparing that and making sure everything works, obviously with big thanks to the RIPE NCC to make it all work. And then also all the RIPE working group chairs. We've actually made an effort to reach out to all the working group chairs in the PC and to make sure we all got to know each other a bit better and to find out if there's anything we can do to help and to support their work. And it was interesting to hear some recurring topics from the working group chairs, and one of them was that it's difficult to find or to recruit new working group chairs, and that they would actually like to encourage participation from new attendees and also from all the regions, including ENOG, of course. And so that's something that's really high on our agenda. There are also two relatively new task forces that I would like to mention because I believe they are also relevant for the ENOG region. One is the Code of Conduct Task Force, and they are currently reviewing the existing Code of Conduct of the RIPE community, RIPE meetings and mailing lists as well. And they will come up with the next version and next draft shortly. And the other task force is the RIPE Database Requirements Task Force, which is currently looking at the RIPE database, because that's also 30 years old. Of course, it has evolved over time, but the RIPE community has asked the task force to take a step back and review the needs and the requirements of everyone who's using the RIPE database today. And there will be more information and documentation coming out of that. Now, this is something we would like to focus more on in the future also. It's high on our priority. Basically, encourage more participation, and that's really kind of has many aspects to it. I think it's encouraging new participants, but also attracting new participants to come to the mailing lists and to the RIPE meetings. But also to encourage existing participants to actively work, for instance, as working group chairs or task forces, or in the task forces, or any other active participation on the mailing list, for instance, or during the meeting discussions. So that's really important to me also, to reach out to new people, the next generation, but also to all regions and all sub-regions in the RIPE NCC service region, including ENOG, including the ENOG region. And I would really like to facilitate more interaction and collaboration with everyone, basically within the RIPE and the ENOG community. Related to that, I think that's also important for inclusion and belonging and diversity is the whole identity, to make sure that we understand what is RIPE, to make people within RIPE, but also maybe more importantly, new participants or people that are looking onto RIPE, to explain better what is RIPE, why is this important, and what is the importance of these communities like ENOG, MENOG, RIPE, all the national NOGs, for instance, and to make it understandable also for other people. And I think it's really important to have a vibrant and diverse community and an active community within RIPE, but of course also together with ENOG. So last but not least, this is our contact information, and you can also find out more on the RIPE Labs blog, and also we are going to send more like updates to the RIPE list about our activities. And I would really like to encourage you to contact us and to reach out to us and to think what you would like to see from the RIPE chairs, and also what you expect from the RIPE community. If there's anything that you would like to more communicate or collaborate with the RIPE community, the working groups, and also of course us as the RIPE chairs. So again, thank you very much for inviting me to speak here, and I'd like to hand back to the session chairs.
Thank you, Miriam. Our next speaker is Hans-Peter Hollen, and I hope he is here because he should be. And should I introduce Hans-Peter as a past RIPE chair or as the present executive director? Your choice is here. You're welcome.
It looks like Hans-Peter has disconnected because I don't see his
Exactly.
name on the list of
I would
participants.
give him a couple of minutes. Maybe it's bad actors at play again. But I have seen him before.
And he's back.
Meanwhile, perhaps we can put his presentation. Okay, that's looks like Amsterdam.
Yeah, that's northern Amsterdam.
Exactly. Okay, you're welcome.
So is my audio working?
Barely.
So let's see if this is this any better?
You're clear.
Good. So I'm really sorry about that. For some reason, Chrome decided that it didn't want to share my screen, so I had to restart it. So I'm Hans-Peter Holen. Last time I spoke at an ENOG meeting, I was RIPE chair, as Miriam just shared with you. Since 1st of May, I've taken on the position as the managing director of the RIPE NCC. It brings back memories from my first ENOG meeting, but also for my first visit to Moscow and Leningrad back in the mid-80s. So I'm really thrilled to be able to join you at the ENOG meeting, and maybe once in the future I will also be able to come back to Russia and the region. So. Being managing director at the RIPE NCC is, of course, a very different position from being the chair of the RIPE community. Miriam just shared with you that the RIPE community was formed in '89 as a community open to all, where focus is on information exchange, technical coordination, and policy development. While the RIPE NCC is a membership association, it was formed in 1992 as the secretariat to the RIPE community, and is one of the 5 the regional internet registers. We do provide services to the members and the community, and we do implement RIPE policies. So that's just to emphasize the distinction between the RIPE community and the RIPE NCC once again. So whenever there is a new managing director in an organization, there is an opportunity for reflection and adjusting the course. So the world is changing, and the RIPE NCC really needs to pay attention to and adapt to be in position to continue to serve all our members. The biggest challenge always is to stay true to ourselves and the core values this community was founded upon. And in this talk, I'll cover some of the major issues that we need to navigate in moving forward. So around us, the world is changing, the internet landscape is changing, and this will affect the RIPE NCC. Most importantly, the IPv4 scarcity has increased the amount of time that we need to devote to due diligence and other legal challenges involving disputes over IPv4 addresses. This also affects our membership, as we expect that many LIRs will consolidate their additional accounts and transfer the resources once the 24-month restriction on transfer expires. We're in the middle of a COVID period, and there is a lot of things happening around us. In March, we, as all of you, were taken by surprise by the COVID pandemics. I'm really happy to say that I am impressed by all my colleagues in the fairly smooth transition we did to working from home. This happened a couple of months before I joined as managing director in 1st of May. And as you may see from my background, I'm not in Amsterdam, I'm not in the office, I'm still in Norway because everybody is working from home these days. Our focus remains on maintaining the service to our members, but of course there has been some impact, especially in our outreach efforts. We're not able to do local events and small meetings and in-person training courses anymore, but we have adapted to this by creating a more online training courses and also the new format, RIPE NCC open house events, where we bring together interested parties along specific topics. And you can find more information about that on the URL here. So while working from home, we have been working on a lot of different issues. Miriam just mentioned the RIPE 81s, and the main takeaways from that meetings is that it was really larger than most of the physical, all of the physical meetings that we've had in the past. I think the spring meeting was actually a bit bigger than this, but it's really impressive to see 224 registered attendees from 85 countries. It was the first meeting for the new RIPE chair team with Miriam and Neil. It was the second fully virtual RIPE meeting. And the MeetEcho platform really improved the participation. We used Zoom at our first meeting, and that was okay. But based on all the feedback we got from the first meeting, we did a new review of available solutions in the market, and we decided to go with MeetEcho, which is also used by IETF. And the good thing with MeetEcho is that it's really a small organization listening to our requirements and making improvements to the platform to really be tailored to our needs. Spatial Chat was a new platform that we used for the social interaction, and I think a lot of people told me that this is kind of as close as you could get to the hallway conversations at the RIPE meeting. It's still not the same, but it's the best that we've seen so far. Important to note for those of you who are involved in policy discussions, we now have a new policy development officer, Angela. She is probably around, and you can meet her at this meeting as well. And we did several updates in the RIPE NCC services working group, where we present on the services that we provide to the members. And you can find those presentations here at the link in this slide. At the RIPE meeting, we also have a general meeting of the RIPE NCC Association. So the RIPE meeting is open for all of the community, while the general meeting is the formal annual meeting. We do this twice a year, so biannual meeting, where the membership gets to vote on resolutions. There are normally not that many resolutions that are put before the membership, because the organization is governed by a board that is elected by the membership in the spring meeting. But every autumn meeting, we do have a vote on redistribution of the RIPE NCC financial surplus. So that will be paid back to the members next year. There was a small change to the Articles of Association because there was a small change in Dutch law with reference to the annual reports required to be produced. Then there was several changes to and updates to the election process for electing board members to the association. And in this area, there were quite some discussion at the meeting, but because the Articles of Association says that we can only vote on the resolutions presented before the meeting, we couldn't make any changes to the resolutions. And although there were some critical questions, this resolution also got passed. Increasing the number of executive board members to act jointly for the authority to represent the association, so number of signatures that's needed on formal documents is increased from 2 to 4. And if you want to look into the details on the voting here, you can find this in the voting report. Since I mentioned the changes to the election process, the task force working on this is still open, and they will be looking at the comments that were from the GM and propose even further improvements. And I believe there is a presentation by the chair of this task force later today. So if you have any questions to that, you have the opportunity to hear his presentation and ask him questions as well. One of the things that is of great concern to me is sanctions. Governments have long used sanctions as a tool to further various types of policy objectives. While sanctions might be a tool that is readily available to a government, they are often rather blunt and can have side effects and unintended consequences. So RIPE NCC has to strike a delicate balance between providing a service to all our members so that the members can make sure that the internet is working in all of our service region, at the same time as we have to follow Dutch law since we are a Dutch membership organization. Dutch sanctions are based on EU sanctions, and we do have a confirmation from years back that our services are not covered by the general sanctions to some countries like Syria and Iran. But there are also sanctions on companies and even on individuals where the RIPE NCC services may fall under the provision of providing economic resources clause in these sanctions. So we actually have to follow all the individual sanctions and check whether any members are subject to these sanctions. We have been working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the Netherlands, and best case, we will get a general exception from all sanctions. If that is not possible, we will work to get individual exceptions for the sanctioned members. And if that is not possible, we will have to work to make sure that the actions that we have to take have a minimal effect on the operations of the global internet. So we have reviewed the processes and we have implemented currently a freezing of the resources to those members so that they cannot be transferred. And I'm confident that this is in line with the law as we understand it. Otherwise, I would have had to take further actions. But we are still waiting for that confirmation from the government. And the big challenge here for us is to strike the balance between the legal requirement the host country of the RIPE NCC puts upon us, the Dutch government, while we need to stay true to our mission to serve all of our service region. And the board made a resolution back in 2014 and reiterated that resolution this year, where the board states that the communications, the means of communications, the internet, should not be affected by political discussions or disputes. And this includes the provision of correctly registered internet number resources. The RIPE NCC board is committed to take all lawful steps available to make sure that the RIPE NCC can provide undisrupted services to all members across all of our service region. The RIPE NCC and its staff cannot and will not take positions with regard to specific political disputes. And this is a tall order, and it's a very delicate balance. But as you can understand, I have a legal obligation while I have an obligations towards the members, and we need to find that right balance. One other thing that's happened recently is seizure of the right to registration. So back when I joined the community in the mid-90s, the policy said that IP addresses have no intrinsic value. And the assignment and allocation is only valid as long as the original criteria is in place. Then we saw mergers and acquisitions in the industry, and we saw that infrastructure got transferred and addresses followed infrastructure. And then came scarcity, and then people started to sell IP addresses independent on infrastructure. And now we've had the first transfer based on what was originally a court case in Germany, where the German court then forwarded this to a Dutch court, and we received a court order to cease the right to registration, so that the value of this registration could be realized into a monetary value for this for the original owners, which was probably a liquidation of the company, and then was sold off. This process of doing this internationally, so the German court doing this through a Dutch court, that's an established legal framework between countries, and we have to abide by Dutch court orders, but we do reserve the right to treat these on a case-by-case basis. And we do have published an article with more details on this case. The world is changing also when it comes to software development. When we started the implementation of RPKI, there was a need for a validator for the network operators. This has been very popular, but there are no other alternatives out there, and we have decided to stop the development of the validator and focus on the resources of operating the core RPKI certificate authority. So we have agreed on having the following timeline. From 1st of January, we will stop to implement new features. From 1st of March, we will stop implementing new RFC and RIR policies. And from 1st of July, we will archive the RPKI validator. Now, the source code is out there, is open source. So if there are anybody who wants to take over the maintenance of this validator and build on this source code, that is, of course, an option. But there are other products in the market, like Routinator and Fort. So there should be a good selection of tools to replace this, even if nobody wants to take over the development of the RPKI validator. We've been doing quite some regional outreach with member lunches, virtual member lunches in Ukraine, in Belarus, in Russia. We've had open houses, and we have produced a Central Asia Internet Country Report, which is a key delivery from turning the data that we collect from the registry, from Atlas, from RIS, into insight. And we see good participation and feedback from the local communities in these events. Now, one of the ways to give us input on our activities is the survey that we run every 3 years or so. So in 2019, we did a survey in 8 languages and received over 4,000 responses. And these responses were used to develop 36 key findings, and we have published over 100 actions that we've taken so far to address those findings, and we will continue to update this moving forward. And you can follow this progress on our website. And I think that's a very important message to all of you, that in addition to participating in the relevant working group at the RIPE meetings, you can also give your input in the survey whenever we do that every 3 years or so. One of the things that may be of interest to you is that we have now listened to the constant request from the membership to increase the support in multiple languages. So we are not able to do everything we do in all languages, but we are going to develop more comprehensive and specific material, which will also be translated. So the languages that we're aiming to produce translations in is Russian and Arabic. And the reason for choosing those 2 languages is that they are both pan-regional, used in multiple countries. We've also picked Turkish and Farsi because we believe that better engagement with the communities in those 2 countries are needed. And we also see a need for translations into Spanish and Italian, because we do get a rather large number of requests from members in these areas where it's clear that translation support is needed. And what this brings to us, we believe, is using languages support as a stepping stone so that it can open doors for new voices, opinions, and involvement at a higher level. And this is a first step that we're taking, and we will have to see how this works out and evaluate it, and then see what we will do moving forward in the longer term. Now, these were just highlights, and there are lots of other things that we have been doing. No need to list all of these items here, but there has been a lot of good work going on, and you can find more information about that on our websites and in presentations given at the RIPE meeting. So, taking this back to where I started, saying that with the new managing director, there also comes a new perspective and possibly a new direction. I mentioned earlier that I've been spending time with the team to set our future direction. So kind of finding the Northern Star and adjusting the course is what we're working at present. As RIPE chair, I've been an advisor to the board for quite some years, and I've been involved in the community for, I think it's now 25 years. So I'm not looking for a radical change, but rather evolutionary improvements to what we've been doing already. But it is a time for reflection and looking at where we're going to move next. So the first indications you may see in the activity plan and budget for 2021. Since I started in May, we haven't really made that many changes to the activity plan as such, but you may find some indications there already. And this is a document where we lay out our plans for the year ahead, and we give the members the opportunity to comment on that. So it's still possible to send comments to the activity plan directly to the RIPE NCC or discuss it at the members discuss mailing list. It's the key part of how we plan and how we remain accountable to the membership. We have worked during the years on making this more streamlined and easier to read. And we have restated our activities in a more logical groupings. It's not that big a change, but we have updated it a bit, so you can't easily compare it to the last year's report. But we believe that this will be the structure that we will have going forward. And please, if you have any feedback, share it to the members discuss list so that the board can have a look at this before they approve it at their board meeting in December. So what's our strategy going forward then? I had great ambitions in starting a strategy process as well, and we have started that. And some of the indications, some of the adjustments to the direction, you can see here. Member focus is really important. That was in the last 3 years strategy as well. I've now put it on top because it's really important to me to understand what our members need so that we can meet their needs and add value. Engagement is one way to do this, to carry out effective outreach to all stakeholders, to stay connected so that we can fulfill our goals. Of course, ultimately, what we're going to be measured on is the service delivery. And here, I think 2 of the key elements that we have to work on is trust, so that the services that we deliver can be trusted. But also we need, moving forward, to digitize this trust. And by that, I mean looking into digital signatures and frameworks where we can validate company information and signatures based on electronic signatures rather than on pen and paper. And the reason for doing this is, of course, to ensure that we have an accurate registry and an accurate RIPE database. We're part of the RIR system, so we need to continue to collaborate with the other RIRs and strengthen the global RIR systems and ensure its accountability, transparency, and resilience. and allow it to adapt to the changing environment. So all of this brings us in the same direction, or true north, the strategic focus moving forward to deliver world-class services while engaging to connect people to maintain the resilience and stability of the internet. And this was identified in the 2018 to 2020 strategic plan, and it's still very true today. There is more work to be done here. And to do this, we need to better understand our members' need. We need to further strengthen the compliance of the registry while reducing the effort needed to interact with us. We need to automate and digitize trust. We need to transform the data we collect through the amazing Atlas and risk services into insight. We need to continue to engage with the community in all of our service region. And we also need to focus and continue to focus on diversity, because we bring together engineers, governments, law enforcement, old, young, all genders, faiths, and backgrounds. So diversity is important, but also the next step, creating inclusion and belonging for everybody that is part of the community. And one thing that has become increasingly clear is that some members are unsure of how to effectively participate in the RIPE and RIPE NCC system. When is something best handled as a policy proposal? When should it be discussed in which working group? When should it be brought to the members discuss list, and so on? And with that in mind, we will also look if there is more we can do in this area. Online trainings would be one thing. Q&A sessions, such as open house events on the strategy, on the activity plans, would also be things that we are discussing how we can do moving forward. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and if there are any questions, maybe we will have time for that.
But do we have any questions? Because right now I do not see any questions in the chat. Well, actually, Dmitry has requested the audio flow. Dmitry? Hello, Peter. Is that translation? Yes, there should be translation. I want to go back to IPv4 addresses. What is your position? In the end, IPv4 addresses are distributed very unevenly. There is market in the shaping, and the governments are not involved. So what's your position on IPv6? Oh, sorry, IPv4.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So in many ways, I look at RIPE NCC as a land registry. We keep a register of who has which IP addresses. We also operate some services that could be measure the internet, so it would be similar to a sort of geographic survey, creating maps, right? So in our role as a register, our only task is to make sure that the registry is up to date. Now that analogy stops for V6, because we will also hand out fresh land, so to speak, IP addresses. In V4, there are unfortunately no more addresses, so the only long-term solution is migrating to V6. And earlier this morning, there was a meeting at the IGF where some of my colleagues participated and discussing this, and it is clear that it is possible to start this migration and move in this direction, but it was also quite clear that there is a continuous need for V4 addresses, and that the only way to get these today is through the open market. And of course, it's it depends on your political point of view whether you think that access to resources are best regulated by an open market, or whether you should think that this should be regulated and openly distributed. The way the internet is managed today, this is an open market where IP addresses are traded. So there is nothing that I can do or the RIPE NCC can do to change that. What we can do is to make sure that the registry is up to date, and this is where we really need to make sure that we have good procedures for verifying the identity of the requesters, make sure that they are the resource holder and can transfer those. So the only advice I can give is to have a look at how you can start and accelerate the migration to IPv6, because long-term v4 will not be enough to support the future internet.
I have a clarifying question. Okay. Dmitry, you wanted to say something. Okay, a clarifying question. Charging a fee for IPv4, is this still under discussion, or RIPE NCC has rejected this idea fully to charge for IPv4?
So today, the funding model for RIPE NCC is that it's a membership organization and everybody pays a membership fee. No, that's not entirely true, because you pay a fee per local internet registry. So if you have multiple local internet registries, you pay a multiple fee. You pay a fee to become a member, and then you pay a yearly fee after that. Now, if you handle provider independent addresses as a sponsor for others, you also pay an additional fee for that. Personally, I don't think that this fee structure is sustainable for the future. So we did propose last year an updated charging scheme, but that was voted down on the GM. I will discuss again with the board at our December meeting how we should bring this forward, and I believe that we should work on looking at a different charging scheme, whether that will be a charge per IP address or per registration or in some other ways. That is way too early for me to see now. But some way of making sure that we have a good structure for funding the RIPE NCC in the future when the membership changes, that is important to me. And I would rather see a lower membership fee and some more of the revenue coming from work, the work that is sort of that we need to spend time and resources on, rather than the current system where we have not really one member, one fee either. But that's just very early thoughts here, and I welcome your thoughts on that on Members Discuss, and we will, of course, when we have one or more proposals, share that on Members Discuss, and maybe also do some open house events on that in good time before the next general meeting in May next year.
Sorry, it looks like we had another participant who wanted to ask the question, but he just stepped down.
Okay, I think we have other participants or not, or we do. Okay, can I use this opportunity to ask a question to Hans-Peter as a moderator for this session? At the last RIPE meeting, in your speech, you talked about geopolitics as one of your greatest challenges in the capacity of the managing director. Can we expect an update from NCC on how RIPE NCC is going to respond to the politics of some countries with respect to the register kept by RIPE NCC. In Russia, there is the so-called sovereign internet, and the operators are supposed to be reporting to the state. So will RIPE NCC help us to understand how we can deal best with our national governments?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. And you're quite right. When I was interviewed for the position, I was asked what's the biggest challenge in becoming managing director for the RIPE NCC, and I did indeed answer the geopolitical situation. You're quite right that the regulations in different countries are putting different requirements on members in our service region, and that can in some cases be difficult to understand how we should operate in that. Some of my colleagues have been working on this internally for quite a while, and I'm planning to have some working sessions with them now later in November, and to discuss this further with the board in December. When we have a good understanding of this and we have some positions that we would like to share, we will of course bring that to the membership and the community as well. So at this time, I don't have any good answer to give, but it's definitely on my radar and something that I will be working on moving forward.
Hans-Peter, we had Elvis Vilea who was quietly waiting for his turn.
Hi, Hans-Peter, Elvis Vilea from FIFA Escrow. So you were talking about the charging scheme and possible ideas. The RIPE NCC currently has two types of IP addresses, or two types of paying customers. The ones that pay 50 euros per IP block, which is PI addresses, and the ones that pay 1,400 euros per registration, which is the member. Any plans to go away with this difference between members and non-members that are paying for the same service?
So I think this is pointing at one of the things that we are analyzing. So today we have a charging for an LIR, which can hold one or more registrations. We have a separate fee for PI, which is held on behalf of our members' customers. We do have ASNs, we do have V6, we do have V4. There are a lot of different variables that you could imagine that could be part of such a scheme, and that's what we're doing now as an in an analysis that we have to look at how to create a robust scheme going forward. Because as I said, and as was said in the CFO presentation at the RIPE meeting, if the 5,000–6,000 LIRs members with multiple LIRs merge them, we will expose a large amount of the RIPE NCC revenue, and we would then have to figure out how to replace that. And simply raising the membership fee is not the solution that I will propose, but rather looking at what is driving the cost and how should we do a fair split of the membership fee. Of course, there are some members that think that one member, one fee is a very good way of splitting the bill, but I've also heard a strong voice from our newer members that and the older members, which have more customers, more address base, and are from the richer part of the service regions, should pay more than those who are newcomers. So I'm aware of all these different opinions, and this is definitely something that we would like to take into account here. And even discussing whether there should be a transfer fee rather than an establishment fee for a new for a new LIR, but that would of course cause some reactions also from the IP brokers. But there is quite some work going into verifying the authenticity.
I don't believe IP brokers would care if there is an IP transfer fee, as long as that is transparent and everyone knows who's receiving and how much it is, and it doesn't complicate the process too much or extend it. However, the RIPE NCC has 25,000 LIRs. Okay, let's say 20. By the end of the year, there'll probably be 21,000, right? If most of them consolidate. but it also has over 19,000 PI holders. And that's kind of like, you know, half is one type of membership, the other half is another type of customers of those members or something. And I don't know. My idea, I mean, what I'm proposing is maybe kind of bring the cost of PI a bit higher and somehow reduce the cost of membership and bring those to a balance or something. Of course,
Yeah,
IPv4 is not the only thing that matters. You have IPv6 size numbers and all those other services in it, which should be accounted for, just like you said.
No, and that is very much one of several possibilities when we look at this. So thank you for that.
Sorry, guys, we have one more person, Dmitry Serbulov, so I'll give him the mic for a minute. We are very close to the end.
I have a very simple question. The things that we're discussing right now, is this still part of internal proceedings at the executive board, or is this somewhere out in the public? Is it somewhere on the mailing list? Can I join this discussion?
So the discussion on the charging scheme is not in the public right now. We're working on the analysis there, or I'm actually planning to start to work on the analysis. So I will present the timeline to the board in the December meeting. And my idea of that timeline is to present one or more options to the board in our February-March meeting, present those publicly well ahead of the RIPE meeting for discussion at the mailing list and also in some online meetings for discussion to get feedback. And then the decision to change this charging scheme will have to be done by the general meeting at the May meeting. So even if I have ideas and proposals on how to change this, it needs a vote by the members in order to change the current scheme.
Hans-Peter, but as far as I remember, previous time task force was involved in suggesting charging scheme. Will be task force involved this time?
That's a very good question. We haven't discussed that yet, but that could very well be so.
Okay, и у нас есть, and we have another question from Daniel Karenberg. Daniel, please.
Hi. Hello. Yeah. My name is Daniel Karenberg. I'm Chief Scientist of the RIPE NCC. I'm also founder of RIPE, and I've been in Hans-Peter's chair too. Two remarks. One is we've had this discussion over the past 25 years, like 3 or 4 times. And I would advise everyone, including Hans-Peter and the board, to review the previous discussions that we had. If you allow me a minute, I will just recall the history of this. At first, we financed the RIPE NCC by voluntary contributions. When that was no longer deemed fair, we financed it by size categories based on the address holdings. And that went through several iterations of the details. And then about, was it 8-9 years ago, there was a very long discussion, including this task force that was just mentioned, where the membership and the RIPE community agreed that it would be best to have a 1 flat fee per member. So before we go back to a different scheme, it might be a good idea to actually review this history and be reminded of the reasons why we are here, where we are. And my question is, of course, Hans-Peter, are you aware of all this, and will you make the members who have to decide eventually aware of this history? Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for that question, Daniel. I think I was invited to a contributors meeting for the volunteer contributions back in my first or second year in the RIPE community, so that's 25 years ago. I was also part of the task force that you referred to discussing this, and I was very much in favor of introducing a one member, one fee at the time. The fee that we introduced back then, because I was then a small member, so my fee increased, but the fee that we have today is much, much lower than what we had back then. One of the reasons, or there are two main reasons that I want to revisit this, and that is that while we decided to have a one member, one fee, that is not what we have today. With the introduction of the last/8 policy, we added a fee on the allocation implicitly by saying that if you want to have one more allocation, you need to establish a new LIR. So technically, it seems that we have kept the charging scheme, but in reality, we have actually deviated from that. At the same time, there was also introduced a separate fee for PI. And I think looking at this, looking at the sort of the fee for new members, the fee for annual membership, and whether it should be a membership fee, one for all, or whether it should be differentiated or some things on some things, is something that we will have to discuss. And maybe this is such a big discussion that it needs to go to a task force. I don't know. What I want to do internally is to do some analysis and look at the data that we have on how would this look with different models. And one of the models is, of course, one member, one fee. But just to be clear, that's not what we have today. We have one member, we have one LIR, one fee, and some members have multiple LIRs, and some members have PI, which they also charge for. So it's not as simple as just defending the one member, one fee, which I think is an excellent and very nice model, but it's not. That is not what we have today, and that is the discussion that we have to have.
Okay, very well. Thank you very much, Hans-Peter. And we've exhausted the time for this session. And as far as I can tell, there are no further questions. So let's have a round of applause. I don't know whether Hans-Peter will be able to hear our applause. And we're going to announce a break. We have Meet Echo chat, and we also have spatial chats. You received links and passwords in the registration letters. Please find it, go talk to each other. You have about 15 minutes, and in 12 minutes, in the English channel of Meet Echo, there will be a Kahoot quiz. I don't know what the topic will be for today's Kahoot, probably RIPE NCC, as always. So please install the app, join us in 15 minutes time, and we will continue with our plenary session at 5:30 Moscow time, 3:30 Amsterdam time. Do not forget to rate the presentations. I'm sure that today all presentations deserve the highest rating possible. However, if you are not happy for some reason, please send us your remarks. And if you're happy, please do give us your feedback. So once again, what is it? 7:30 in Yekaterinburg, 21:30 in Novosibirsk time, 5:30 Moscow time, and 3:30 Amsterdam time. Please be back for the next session. Thank you.
This quiz is 100% organic and biodegradable. So live broadcasting from a data center at the bottom of the sea. Welcome to the second Kahoot quiz at ENOG 17. My name is Gerardo Vieiras, and I will be reciting poems in Japanese during the next spring. So join us for fun and learning at www.kahoot.it or use the Kahoot app on your mobile phone. Don't forget to include your registration number and your nickname so we can contact you to send you your prize. We have, what do we have? ENOG 17 t-shirts for all the winners. Yay! So today's quiz is sponsored by a lonesome cricket. Yeah, that cricket. And today's quiz theme is RipeStat. So you can see the pin number there, 647-6896, and I'll let you know how you play this game. You will see a question with 4 possible answers. You have to click as fast as you can on the right answer. The person who clicks the fastest will get the most points. And at the end of the quiz, the 10 questions, the person who has the most points, of course, wins. But we'll have 3 of them. And I see that we have 19 players signed up, and we are about to start. In 3, 2, 1. First question, what is the correct spelling of the service? Is it RipeStat? Is it RipeStat? Is it stat? Or is it RipeStat? You have to guess this right. Which of these 4 is the correct spelling of this service? Is it RipeStat? Is it RipeStat? Is it stat? Or is it RipeStat? Does it all sound the same, right?
No, stop, no.
Yeah, you got it right. She got it wrong. Dimitri at the front, Joe, Al, not really here, and Lex. On to the next question. Why does the new user interface choose blue color as the primary color? Is it because it's an eye candy?
Warning.
Is it because it's consistent with RipeNCC branding?
Warning.
Is it because the designer likes it?
Warning.
Or is it because most of the websites are blue in color?
Initiate countdown.
No, not yet. So, what is it? Because it's consistent with RipeNCC branding. Exactly. And we see that the table hasn't changed yet. Dimitri, Joe, Lex, Symbol, and Sergey coming up. On to our next question. What can you use RipeStat for? To filter your announcements, to measure your traffic, to troubleshoot your network, to snoop on your neighbors. And I'm going to put a little bit of music here. So which one of these 4 is it? To troubleshoot your network. Well done. And we go on to our next question, but first let's see the table. Dimitri still at the front, Joe coming up fast, Lex, RSC, and Al, or AI. What is that? On to our next question. Which of the following is not an important feature of the new user interface? Is it universal search context? Is it shareability? Is it mobile friendliness? Or is it that it cooks you breakfast? It cooks you breakfast. That is not an important feature of the new user interface. 16 people still have some sense in them. Very well. On to our next question. The table is still the same. Dimitri at the front, and Joe, Lex, AI, and Symbol. Question number 5. What is RipeStat? The state of fruit that is ready to be eaten and then analyzed.
Go!
The open data platform for RipeNCC data.
Go!
A measurement network for internet data.
Go!
Or something like Google Analytics. This is really easy. And the right answer is the open data platform for RipeNCC data. Dimitri still at the front. Joe coming up. Lex, AI, and Sergey. We have only 2 more questions, unfortunately, today, so you'll have to play fast. What is the next challenge that we set to solve? Is it information overload and complexity? Is it how to create more IPv4? Is it where to find the best cup of coffee? Or nothing, because there is no challenge? So which of these 4? Yes, information overload and complexity.
Good luck
to those developers. On to the last question for today. Dimitri still at the front. Joe coming up really close. Lex, AI, and Sergey, who is burning. Let's see. Last question. What issue did RipeStat solve when it was first launched? Is it to make the internet faster? Is it COVID-19? Is it providing a unified interface to many different datasets, or lower the cost of ISP subscription bill?
Are you sure?
Any of those 4 answers could be possible. Which one is it? Providing a unified interface to many different data sets. Yes, 2 people think that RipeStat will make the internet faster.
Oh, here comes trouble.
Yep. And let's see who our winners are. Da-da-da-da-da. Number 3, Lex, congratulations. Number 2, Joe. And number 1, yes, Dimitri. Very well. All of you will get your t-shirt if we can find you. I think only Joe put his registration number, but we'll try to find out who you are in any case. So thank you for participating again. And let me tell you that tomorrow we will be again with another quiz. This time the topic will be IPv6 security. I hope everybody had fun and maybe learned something new. We will be back again tomorrow at the same time, at the same place.
And if you really like to answer questions, I actually started a poll at Meet.co. And results of this poll is really significant and important for the first presenter of next session. So try to fill poll.
You heard that, people. Fill in that poll. Now.
Коллеги, давайте начинать.
Colleagues, let's go back to business. It is 5:30 Moscow time, and now we are going to give the floor to Sergey Mesayedov. He is the chair of the task force, an ad hoc task force that was assembled by RIPE NCC for a very special purpose. Sergey, over to you. Will you let me know that you can hear me? Yes. If you are going to speak in Russian, then you need to switch to the Russian channel. But if you intend to speak in English, please choose the English channel. And as Sergey is uploading the presentation, I wanted to remind you that you can ask for the floor to ask your question to the speaker with your own voice, or you can send your question in writing. During the break, we had a poll, and I think that Sergey is going to use the results of this poll in his presentation. And please do not forget also to rate the presentations of our speakers. Over to you. Okay, can you confirm once again that you can hear me and you can see me? Yeah, we can do both, and you need to speak Russian. Okay? Yes. Okay, good. Hello, everyone. My name is Sergey Mesayedov, and what I'm going to discuss right now is the proceedings of a special task force that was established in order to focus on the election process. Well, first of all, I wanted to start with a question whether you all understand the difference between RIPE and RIPE NCC, and the poll is over, and I think that we can see the results. Or we can't. Well, anyway. This is what has been happening. In 2020, we had a very special election campaign, since the number of the participants of the general meeting went up significantly. Probably this was due to all the changes caused by the coronavirus pandemic and by the fact that everyone is now online. And following this election campaign, many members of RIPE NCC asked the executive boards to review the elections procedure. Until now, we all had a lot of fun during elections, but in May 2020, well, that process was somewhat special, and the organization decided to set up this task force in order to produce the best response to that feedback from the organization. And the board issued a call for volunteers to serve on the task force. 9 people responded, and all 9 joined the ad hoc task force. In June, even before we started the mailing list, as we were getting ready to begin our work, one member of the task force entered into a conflict with other members and refused to follow the code of conduct. On the basis of the mandate that I was given by the executive board, I dismissed that member, and that decision was upheld at the first meeting of the task force. A member of the executive board and 1 RIPE NCC staff member were also involved with the operations of this task force. We established a procedure. All participants of this task force had a lot of experience of working together in various committees and groups, and we decided that we're going to use the format that is very familiar to all of us. That is to say, the decisions will be taken on the basis of a consensus. We agreed to establish a mailing list at RIPE NCC, and the archive of this mailing list will be made available to the public after the task force concludes its activities. The mailing list is published, and you can find it at the address shown on the slide. Now, in terms of our discussions, during the first meeting, we decided to review several issues. Well, first of all, we needed to understand whether we had to implement formal changes to the Article of Association. We decided that yes, that was necessary, and without those amendments, we'll not be able to implement the proposed change. That meant that we had to engage the legal department of RIPE NCC in order to prepare those amendments and introduce them to the Articles of Association. We also talked about the process of nomination and the requirements to the candidates that could be part of the Articles of Association and the electoral discussions. Whether we should have some kind of a debate or some kind of a communication with the candidate or candidates before the elections. These were the proposed changes. It was easiest to identify the candidates. That's to say, the candidates had to agree formally to the nomination and to provide their consent, basically, to be candidates. We also agreed quite quickly that the candidate list should be randomly sorted and candidates should provide their biographies to be published. As to communication between the candidates and the membership, then there should be a separate elections mailing list. And we could also provide a webinar opportunity for people to meet, to see each other. And there should also be formal adherence to the code of conduct, and any breach of the code of conduct should be a reason for disqualification of candidates. There were some issues on which we could not agree, like criminal records. The candidates should not provide their criminal records. The candidates should not warn RIPE NCC or advise RIPE NCC with respect to any reputational risks that the entry into the executive board might entail. Functions and expectations compliance, same. We couldn't also come to a consensus on the proposition that a nomination committee should be set up in all cases to convene an executive committee or to elect candidates. Changes to proxy mechanism, again, not agreed. Formal knowledge of the English language, we couldn't agree on that point. And also participation in community activities is not the formal requirement or prerequisite for the candidate to be nominated or to be elected. Now, in terms of the actual work done, we held 3 online meetings and we prepared a draft report that we sent to the board. After we received feedback, we introduced some minor changes and we published the report. And the report today can be found at the link that you can see on the screen. Then, together with the legal department and the board, decided to make changes to the Articles of Association. I hope that other recommendations that we made and that do not require amending the AOA will also be taken up. Now, what happens next? 2 weeks ago, there was a general meeting of RIPE NCC, and most of the voting members voted in favor of the proposed amendments. The lawyers are currently drafting the new revision, the new draft of the Articles of Association. In May 2021, the elections will be held on the basis of new rules that we have just coordinated. Probably the task force will continue its work while our mandate has not yet been extended, but it's a possibility. I wanted to thank everyone who was involved and who offered their support. To the left, you can see the volunteers. To the right, the list of the RIPE NCC staff. Thank you very much. And now I'm ready to take your questions.
Are there any questions in the audio queue? I don't think so. Double check.
I just wanted to mention that Remco van Mook is not a staff member. He is a member of the executive board.
All right, Sergey. I see Taras has asked to be connected. So here we go. Taras Yachenko, please.
Yes, can you hear me? Is
Not
my
yet.
understanding correct that we will have to follow these rules during the next round of elections? Yes, that was the idea. Yeah. That's what we had in mind when we agreed the timeline. We wanted the rules to come into effect before May 2021 so that they can apply to those elections. And that meant that the general meeting would have had to approve those rules this autumn. And we will take subsequent months to make the necessary amendments to the Articles of Association. I think the board is going to make all the relevant adjustments to our procedures before New Year, so that we can update the rules by the next round of elections. But as far as I understand, the general meeting has already voted. So basically, all we have to do now is to comply with the legal procedure, the re-registration of the AOA, no? Well, actually, no, not exactly. The general meeting voted formally, but our report also contains some recommendations that do not require any changes in the Articles of Association, but they will need some effort for implementation, in terms of implementation. So it means that the Executive Board and also RIPE NCC staff will also have to do, to work a bit more. But it means that some of the recommendations may not be implemented by the time of the next elections. Well, yeah, it's possible. The board of directors has the authority to take relevant decisions. So, okay, as far as I understand, there are some procedures that make it necessary to make changes to the Articles of Association, and the general meeting voted on that. And then there are other potential changes that did not require any voting. Yes, yeah, that's right. Okay, so we need to, okay, I understand now. Let me check whether we have any further questions. Okay, Sergey, as far as I understand, you couldn't see the results of your own poll. 78% of the respondents said yes to your question. 78% say that they understand the difference. Oh, that's nice. This is wonderful, in fact. Okay. Sergey, your presentation was very fast. Can I ask you something with respect to your own scope of work and your proceedings? How would you rate your own performance? Well, of course, we've been receiving advice and ideas from the larger community, but we focused on the ideas and the proposals that were brought forward by the members of the task force. So we wanted to review them primarily, and we also wanted to thank all the RIPE NCC people who assisted us greatly. But yeah, we discussed everything that we wanted to discuss. Well, as an outsider, well, I felt like your group, your task force, was an insider circle. You're all long-standing members and all of that. I'm not saying that this is bad. The group does its work. It publishes the report. I mean, in terms of that, I agree that you did your work well. But the group continues its existence. It wasn't fully closed. But what if someone wants to join you? What if people, there will be more volunteers? I mean, it feels to me like you are a thing in itself, that this is a task force that's like contained. Well, I think it's in the competence of the board of the executive board, and it's up to them to ask us to continue our work. And I heard those proposals already, but it's up to them to decide. With respect to calling us an elite group, well, we're all experienced people. we know how to handle online discussions, and yes, we know what the difference is between RIPE and RIPE NCC, but it was so easy to volunteer and to join us. Why didn't people do it? There is someone else who wanted to ask the floor. Dmitry, you can say, you can speak. Yeah, thanks. Sergey, a question about this declaration, the criminal record thing. Is this going to be some kind of a waiver, or what kind of document is this going to be? Or Dmitry, can you turn me off? Yeah, thanks. Good, thank you. As far as I remember, there is an amendment to the Article of Associations, which says that at the time of nomination, the nominated candidate should provide a notarized copy of identities, because in some jurisdictions this is a challenge. Some jurisdictions do not allow any notarial certification of the copies of passports or other form of ID. You can make a copy, but you can't have a stamp of a notary public on it. And we are requesting an ID. In terms of the criminal record, it was one of the issues on which no positive decision was taken. That is to say, there is a negative decision. We are not requesting any proof of the absence of criminal record. I think there is another question. Yeah, let me see. Let me check. I do not see any questions in writing. If you want to send us a question, please press on this speech bubble, or you can use the question mark icon to send a question. Please state your name and affiliation if you are sending us a question. Dima, I'm sorry, Hans Peter is waiting in queue. Okay, yeah, I can see now. Hans Peter, over to you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to provide a clarification on the requirement for IDs. The moment somebody is elected to serve on the board of the RIPE NCC Association, they have to be registered in the business registry in the Netherlands. And when you are registered in the business registry in the Netherlands, you have to provide to the notary identification. So you would then either have to come physically to Amsterdam, or as I had to when I was getting on the board of the Robert Axel Foundation, provide a notarized copy of my ID and some other documents. So that is the reason for the exact wording in the amendment. Of course, if this provides a problem from certain jurisdictions, this is definitely something that we will have to look into to make sure that it's still open to everybody. But the reason, as I understand it, that we put this in place is that we wanted to make sure that we know that there are real persons actually running for the election, even if they're not able to be physically present. I mean, the other alternative would be to come to the RIPE NCC office and show your ID, but that may not be practically possible if you live a long way from Amsterdam. Thank you.
We lost our moderator. I don't know why this happened. Hopefully he's coming back. Well, at this point, I do not see any additional questions. Oh, no, okay, I see Athena.
Hear me? Can you confirm that you can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Athena.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I would like just to provide further clarification with regards to the whole process. Indeed, 2 weeks ago, the general meeting voted on the amendments of the Articles of Association that would facilitate the implementation of the recommendations from this task force. Indeed, for nominees will be asked, according to these changes, a certified copy of their official identification document and a signed statement in which they will declare that they'll adhere to a code of conduct and that they have never committed any fraud in other financial or any other financial misconduct in any jurisdiction. So this is already approved, and the next step is to notarize the Articles of Association and to have them published in the Chamber of Commerce of the Netherlands. The moment this is done, then the new Articles of Association are in effect, and this new process will be in place for the next elections. Now, of course, the way this whole these amendments will be implemented, we will provide some more clarity on that well in time before the elections. And in this new process, we will also incorporate the rest of the recommendations from this task force that did not need amendments from the Articles of Association. So we will make sure that a process is in place well in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergey. I think we should change to our next speaker, as we have a bit more of time. We can also come
that's
back.
A good idea.
I
think
would
that
like
we've exhausted
to
all
introduce.
our questions.
Yeah, I'd like to close the questions for Sergey's talk and thank him, and introduce Alena Muravska, right, from RIPE and CC. I believe she's here.
Alena.
And thank you, Sergey, once again for your presentation and Q&A session. Alena is speaker. I would message her right now. Oh, here you are.
We cannot hear you, Alena. What about now? Is this better? Yes. Very well.
Try pressing the button in the lower right corner where is a reconnect audio icon. Maybe that would help you.
Dmitry, she's in the Russian channel, so I think everything's okay.
Perhaps.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alena Muravska. As Alex has already introduced me, I work in the Registry Services Department. Our department is in charge of contacts with the membership. I'm a customer services analyst. I can see that we are 75 people in this session. I wanted to thank everyone for joining us. We do appreciate your time and we value your attention. It is almost 4 p.m. in Amsterdam. It means that in Kiev it's 5, in Moscow it's almost 6, and maybe we also have people in other time zones. In Novosibirsk it's already 10 p.m. and if you are here, a very big and special thank you to you. Now, in this presentation, I will discuss the challenges that we at Registry Services Department had to face in recent months and how we are dealing with those challenges given that IPv4 addresses have run out, and what is it that we are doing in order to maintain the accuracy of the RIPE database data. And before I begin, let me make a quick announcement. In the old world, we would be coming to you and you would be able to talk to us at the service desk. This time, this year, we all exist in a different environment, but we have a virtual support desk or service desk. We have a virtual chat, and I think that today you already had an opportunity to see how it looks like, and probably have already talked to our colleagues. We are going to open a special chat with the support desk on Friday. Please join us on Friday. And if you have some special or specific questions that require more confidentiality than the special chat can provide, please send us a message to service desk at ripe.net, and we will book a 10-minute session in Zoom where we'll be able to discuss your current cases or any special questions that you might have. Well, you know what we've been busy with in the last year. I will focus today on the agenda of my department. Again, this department is responsible for maintaining contacts with the membership. For us, the quality and the level of our services has always been the primary priority, and as the department that deals directly with the RIPE NCC members, for us it was very important that you would not even notice that we transitioned to fully remote working in March 2020. During that time, we not only focused on stabilizing our services, but we also invested a lot of effort and time into improvements and upgrades so that we could optimize our process flows in this environment of the IPv4 runout. Now I would like to run a quick poll. Oliver and Andrea will be helping me, I hope. Can you start the poll, please? Thanks. I know that the previous speaker couldn't see the results of the poll. So if the same happens again, if some of my colleagues could voice the results of the poll for me, I would really be grateful. I can't tell whether the poll is active now. Can someone please let me know? Yes, it's active. Thank you, Alex. What is your relationship with RIPE NCC? Are you a member? Are you an end user? And you operate via a sponsoring LIR? Or in the audience, we have people with no formal relationship with RIPE NCC. I would be curious to find out which category you belong to. Okay, I can see the results. Excellent. 70% of the audience today are RIPE NCC members. This is perfect. You are our target audience, and 29% do not have a formal relationship with RIPE NCC. If I'm not mistaken, in the room, we do not have anyone who would be a resource holder as an end user. Okay, thank you for participating in the poll, and I will continue with the slides. This is not something new for you, but I will still say a few words about the IPv4 runout. I can't move the slides. I don't understand why. I reviewed the poll results. Can someone please help me to recapture slide control? I lost it somehow. Oh, there. Yeah, it's working now. Thanks. I'm sorry for this technical glitch. Anyway, it's been almost a year after we allocated the latest /24, and the new policy kicked in on the 25th of November last year. Those who have not received any resources from us, regardless of the size of the block or regardless of the size of the allocation, can still file a request for a new IPv4 allocation. Under the new policy, it was changed from /22 to /24, which enables a greater number of new players to join that policy. We understand that maybe the demand for those addresses will be greater than what would be available in our pool. That's why the so-called waiting list was introduced. But right now, there is no line. There is no waiting. So any new LIR can get a /24 allocation without delay. At the moment, we have an equivalent of 1,337 /24 allocations. This is data as of yesterday, and as you can see from this diagram, from January this year, on the waiting list, we did not have a single entity, and that's why we would be allocating addresses as the need arose, as there was demand. How do we replenish the pool of those addresses? Well, sometimes if the company leaves the market, closes down, they would return addresses into the pool, but those cases are not very frequent. In the majority of cases, we receive the blocks back as a result of audits or as some membership non-compliance issues. What does it mean for the community? Well, since addresses, there is a shortage of them, and basically the only way to get those addresses is either a transfer or a merger or acquisition of a company that is the holder of internet resources. And you have to remember about this so-called 24-month holding period. It means that the resources can change hands only once every 2 years, and this changes the dynamic of relationship between RIPE NCC and the membership. There have been attempts to get resources without legal grounds, and of course this affects our audits and controls. Given all of the above, the accuracy of the RIPE database, the accuracy of the register becomes an even greater priority. It's part of the RIPE NCC mandate. There is this document called Due Diligence for the Quality of the RIPE NCC Registration Data. And this document says quite clearly that RIPE NCC is authorized by the community to maintain the accurate register of resources. And in order to fulfill its mandate, the RIPE NCC it carries out the so-called due diligence. It's a special legal inspection or an audit. We have always emphasized that RIPE data accuracy is the fundamental prerequisite for the stability of the internet, for the proper functioning or operation of the internet. And we are trying to communicate this idea to the resource holders that RIPE NCC's main purpose is to protect the holders from misappropriation of their resources or from some abuse of their resources. This year, we merged two departments, customer services and registration services. They were both front-end units, and we wanted to bring them closer, or bring them together, given that this year, for instance, we have fewer requests for LIR accounts and more requests for a transfer, or because of the changes in the company structure or ownership. Also, there are many more cases this year on establishing the legal succession. We even organize special trainings for the personnel at the time when we are getting more requests in a particular field or of a particular type. We wanted to have enough resources to be able to process all of these requests. We've been also communicating with the community. The number of those challenging cases that we now have to face require more resources from us. And we want these resources to be, our internal resources, I mean, to be allocated in the most adequate and efficient manner. We have also been receiving feedback from you. We are often seen as a bureaucratic organization, and this year we implemented the so-called professional trust, a professional trust model. It is a framework, it's a system that enables us to carry out our due diligences, our comprehensive audits much faster without compromising the accuracy of a RIPE registry. A couple of examples. For instance, if there are changes that are categorized as low risk, those are small changes, like a change in the legal address or the change in the legal person, the legal entity that is well documented. The business registries in a particular jurisdiction has all the relevant information. In the past, when those changes took place, we asked our members to provide us with a copy of paper documents. Now we are not requesting even that. On the other hand, if there is a case where it's almost impossible to verify some data or some information, we are forced really to ask our members to provide us with a certain set of documents. And in those situations, I mean, it's the legal entities that are registered, that are incorporated in the countries outside of the RIPE NCC region that find themselves most often in that particular situation. We also intend to implement an active registry monitoring. It's an idea, it's a project that we have in order to keep an eye on changes that might be happening among our members, so that we could trace those changes, and if the members, for whatever reason, did not inform the organization about those changes, would still be made aware of them. It still makes it mandatory for the members to inform us of certain changes, but this active registry monitoring is like a safety net for us, and we plan to start implementation in early 2021. Whatever we do, we are guided in our work by certain principles. Those principles are clear and definite. They are the community policies, they are RIPE NCC procedures. It's very important that we all, RIPE NCC and all members of RIPE NCC, all players of the market, would comply with those procedures. And only if we all comply, then we can talk about a fair playing field for everyone, for all players. And now I want to turn to a slightly different topic. What do we expect of the resource holders? Our members are resource holders. So what do we want them to do to make sure that our database is at any time reliable and trustworthy? We would like you, all the 70% of the audience who are associated with RIPE NCC, we'd like you to manage your registry data. We have a personal account, an account. Those people who are registered in this account have access to this account, and it's important that only those people who are associated with your enterprise, who are part of your network, would have access to this account. So if people leave the company, if they're fired, if they, I don't know, if they move to a different position, maybe, and cannot be that contact person, then please update your account. Otherwise, you would be missing yet another channel of communication with us. You can update your own data and your billing data. Billing data is extremely important. It is the address that will be stated on the invoice. It's the email address to which we will be forwarding the invoice. Then there are some changes that we can make only after we are aware of those changes and after we've checked your documents. I'm talking about various legal changes, like your legal name or your legal address, mergers and acquisitions, any changes in the ownership structure, and also transfers. Those major changes have legal implications. If there is a possibility that something big happens to your company, especially if you believe that there is possibility that the company might be closing down, for instance, please get in touch with us. Please inform us as soon as possible. Please let us know. Another thing, often we receive questions like, we would send you a communication about an audit. ARCA system registry check is a common type of audit, and often people ask us whether they should respond to those messages. Well, yes, you should respond to those messages because this is your obligation as a RIPE NCC member, but it's not just an obligation. We believe that our system registry check is it's useful for you because it allows you to quickly and productively update your account data. You can get information support. You can get your questions answered on assignments. I don't know, you can get answers to your questions about how to use our network measurement tools. So on the whole, this not only improves the accuracy of RIPE registry, but it also improves the security of your account. So we ask you kindly to respond to those messages, to those queries. And if every 3 years we are running this registry check, I mean, I understand that maybe you cannot get back to us at the time of this check, but if you want to do it at any other time, again, please write to us. We will be able to organize this check for you outside of the normal schedule. I don't know if there is any one of you who is the so-called sponsor of the ENOG user, then, oh, if we have those people in the audience, then this part of the presentation is for you. We have always insisted, well, not insisted, it's not the right word, it's a contractual obligation, really. If you enter into a relationship with an end user as a sponsoring LIR, LIR is the local internet registry. So if you assume the function of a registry, you must be sure that what you are registering and what will be registered in the RIPE database is reliable. It is true. So there is this good practice among customers to do legal checks or due diligence checks before you supply RIPE NCC with the relevant documents. And this is not a duty, an obligation that can be carried out once and be done with it forever. It makes sense for you to regularly check or audit your end users to verify the validity, the accuracy of their data. Compliance with RIPE policies. Obviously, every member of RIPE NCC should be compliant. I will give you just one example. There are these so-called assignments for your own infrastructure and for your customers' infrastructure. We get a lot of questions about that. So please don't be shy, write to us. But if you're not sure whether RIPE policies, RIPE rules are complied with in your particular case, just get in touch with us. Another item, it's not really about the accuracy of the registry, it's more about security of your own resources. But I thought it would be feasible to include that item onto this slide. Consider routing security, use RPKI to protect your networks. It has always been a best practice. Another issue that concerns most of you or many of you, what if I need more IPv4 addresses? At the moment, the answer is transfer. The good thing, transfers are allowed, and there can be intra-registry transfers, and there can also be a transfer between the end user and a member if it comes to provider independent assignments. All transfers, again, should be compliant with the current RIPE resource transfer policy. And another good news is that inter-IRA transfers are also possible, not only the intra-IRA transfers. All registries are involved, apart from AFRINIC. For LACNIC, it's only IPv4, by the way. Transfer statistics can be found at our website. On this slide, you can find two very useful links, and if you are still not aware, I suggest that you add them to your favorites. One of them is for RIPE-STAT, and the other is on transfer information. And from good news to slightly less good news, but probably this is not news for you anyway. I'm sure you all understand that since those resources have acquired commercial value, transfers are prone with a high degree of risks. And I know that many RIPE members are asking those questions, not even members or operators who are renting resources. They are not sure whether to buy or to rent is the best alternative. How can they keep themselves supplied with IPv4s? Regardless of what your commercial decision is or will be, we see that sometimes people tend to forget that all the transfers should be compliant with RIPE policies and procedures. This is critical, because if you are not compliant in the process, then your legal right to use those resources can be challenged by any other company. This is a major legal risk. I want you to be aware of them. Several practical recommendations in terms of how to make those transactions safer for you. You need to verify the transferring party. From whom are you buying resources? Is this an active company? Who represents this company? Are these people authorized to represent the company? Who's signing the documents? You need to check whether this company is the rightful holder of those resources. Are they selling something that doesn't belong to them? And you can easily check that in the RIPE database. You need to also check whether these resources are eligible for transfer. Probably you heard already this phrase, this word combination, eligibility for transfer. You can go to statistics on IPv4 transfers using the link that I showed to you on the previous slide. This check may not return 100% guaranteed result, like especially if you are transferring or you want to transfer part of a bigger block of a bigger allocation. It may not be reflected in the statistics. So if you have doubt, write to us. The information is public, even if these are not your resources, but the resources that you intend to buy or to rent. Write to us, and we will inform you whether the person from whom you are buying or renting actually has the right to sell or to rent out. I've got like 20 seconds left, and I have a question to the session moderators. I still have several slides left. Can I take some more minutes? Dmitry, is this okay? Yeah, sure, don't worry. Okay, thanks. Right, going back to the slide. Again, speaking from experience, sometimes there is a transaction that hasn't been brought to our attention. We were not informed of it, and people are led to believe that they are holding resources now. The transaction was never registered in the right database. So this commercial deal might not have any value in it. In fact, and people who are, doing something like this, they run very high risks. And so once again, the good faith of both parties, the good faith of the organization that is holding resources at the time of the transaction, because it's really the resource holder who should confirm to us the fact that they are ready to transfer their resources to a third party. We will always be protecting the rightful, the legal transfer, and we will be always protecting the rights of the rightful resource holder. And the rightful resource holder is someone who is registered in the RIPE NCC database. Another answer to the question, what do I do if I don't have enough IPv4s? And this is the answer that we all expect to hear. Well, that is to say, we at RIPE, we expect to hear from you, but it's not the answer that we hear often enough. Armed with IPv6, speakers before me have already discussed the subject. We see that in ENOG, in the region of ENOG, if you're in this region, then probably already very much oriented on IPv6. At the same time, we know that there are financial difficulties, and you cannot sometimes afford the migration to IPv6. We received this kind of answer from 16% of respondents from the ENOG region, and this number is higher here than in any other region. Let me run the second poll at this point. It is a poll on IPv6. Oliver, Andrea, can you please start the poll? Yes, I can see that the poll is coming up. You have like half a minute, several seconds to fill it out. 40 seconds left. Oh, okay. And these are the questions that we were asking during the poll that we ran last year. I wonder if now we have a different statistics, well, at least how representative today's audience is. Well, I'm absolutely happy with the result that we see right now. 57% have IPv6 fully deployed. This the perfect results, and I'm extremely proud of the audience today. Thank you so much. You made my day. However, information for those of you who still do not have your IPv6 addresses, you can tell from this poll, from the slides, you need to inform us how you're going to use those IPv6 addresses. If you only plan to test IPv6, then that's fine. Good and well. This is a solid enough reason to get your IPv6 allocation. On the practical plane, the minimum allocation size is a /32, 65,000 of /48. This block can be extended to /29 without providing us with additional information or justification. If among you there are small companies who are not members of RIPE NCC, you can get the so-called provider independent assignments of /48. And some more messages that I had for you prepared. I'm sure you understand that communication between us doesn't stop at registering transfers or addresses or making record of changes in your ownership structure or your billing address. Your involvement in the community's life is highly appreciated. Hans-Peter spoke at length on the subject. I do not want to repeat what he's already said. I won't be that eloquent anyway, but we ask you to join the activities at the RIPE community, like the policy development activity, for instance. You know that Angela Delara is our new policy development officer. You can send your questions on policy development to her at pdo@ripe.net. In the previous presentation, we talked also a lot about the executive board and the elections and the general meeting. Sergei Misaedov provided you with lots of details, so I'm going to skip that. And a little bit on the survey that was organized last year. But again, Hans-Peter mentioned the survey already, and I understand that I'm repeating what you have already heard. We made 36 findings, and there are many findings that are related to the registry services activities, that is to say, the work of my department. For example, you told us that we are often perceived as a very bureaucratic organization. Trust model was our response to that feedback. There are changes that are of high risk, and there are changes that have small risks. So we wanted to distribute our efforts among those changes adequately. Protecting the resources of our members is, like I said, it's one of our objectives, and sometimes the scope of the audits, the scrutiny, I mean, all of this is justified by the need to maintain an accurate database and to protect the interests of our membership. So once again, if you have any new ideas, if there is anything in 2 years' time, we're going to hold another survey. I can't tell you for sure because it's a different department, it's within the different department's domain, but I believe that the next survey will again be held in several languages, and we really appreciate your answers, your responses, your feedback. And to finish this presentation, RIPE Atlas is turning 10 this year. This project is close to our heart. It's an important one. That's why we are organizing 2 events. One event will be taking place next week as part of RIPE NCC Open House. And in 2 weeks' time, there will be another activity for the whole day on Wednesday, the 25th of November. You will be able to set up your Atlas probe and ask any questions about the measurements and the settings and everything. And this is an event in Russian. It means that you will be receiving comprehensive support for your Atlas probe installation. Thank you very much. I'm done with the slides. Again, thank you for your attention. I hope you found something useful in those pages. And I'm waiting for your questions either here or on Thursday and Friday during Zoom meetings. Remember that if you send a message to us, to service desk at ripe.net, you will be able to book a 10-minute slot in Zoom, and there I will be able to discuss your particular cases with you. And this is it. And again, if you have any questions right now, if the moderators will tell me how much time is left, I think we can get on with the questions. Well, we do have some time left, and we also have 2 questions. 2 questions in the questions block. How about we give the floor first to Dmitry Serpulov, who is requesting the audio floor, and then we'll read the questions. Dmitry, the second attempt. Hello? Yes, apologies. I've got 2 comments. I'm sure that the audience here is not representative, so I wouldn't be too happy about the findings of this poll today. And with respect to IPv6, if you asked all LIRs, your results will be completely different. Like it will be 180 degrees different. And the second comment, RIPE-NCC as a registry. Maybe it makes sense to introduce some paid procedure of re-registration. There are some simple LIRs who are not very familiar with all the procedures. Maybe RIPE could assume the function of performing all the audits and correctness, for the correctness of the transfer of addresses. Because I mean, there are some small companies who are not very versed in all these legal procedures and the checks and audits. And maybe RIPE-NCC can do this work for them. Okay, with respect to your first comment on IPv6 and the results of the poll, of course, we know how things stand today in the real world, but I was curious to find out more about today's audience. And I was really surprised and I was really happy to see that today's audience is much more advanced in IPv6 issues than what we see on average in our community. With respect to your second question, thanks. No comments from me, but thank you for the feedback, and I will definitely take it up with my colleagues. Yeah, it can be an excellent source of revenue. It can be an interesting source of revenue. And Sasha, you said we had written questions. And so we do. Well, but I want to use this opportunity and offer my own comment. To make money on LIRs and doing audits for them, then we'll have to rename LIR, because LIR stands for Local Internet Registry. Registry means that they know how to do it, and if they don't know how to do it, then either they master the skill or they change the name. And they stop being an LIR and they call themselves something else. Everything is in the name, you see. And yes, being a registry means, a certain amount of work for them. In ARIN, you have 2 types of accounts, ISP and the other one. Well, when I said that I'm going to take it up with my colleagues, I didn't mean to say that we will definitely adopt this idea and we will initiate or introduce a new source of revenue, but just because we received this comment, this is a sign that the problem is there and that our members need more support, and not for everyone. Those rules are clear, but we are always here. We are at your disposal. We are ready to answer your questions. Please, during this meeting, please contact our virtual service desk, call us, write to us. Providing information is what we do. And like I said at the start of the presentation, this is our mandate, but only through collaboration, only through cooperation, through joint effort, we'll be able to succeed in achieving our goals. Okay, questions in writing. The first question is from Sergei Mesayedov. I'm reading. ASN holders in Russia were surprised by the requirements of the national regulator that came out in 2020, and that concerned not only the holders of the license, but also the simple holders of ASNs. Do you plan to talk to the regulator on sharing data on peering and contacts and everything else outside of the law enforcement engagement or engagement with the law enforcement authorities? Well, I'm not sure I understand the question. Can you maybe save this question for me, and I will pass it on? Yes, I will definitely save the question. We will find the answer. Okay, maybe I can give you an explanation. I will interpret this question. There is now new regulation in Russia. ASN holders must report to the regulator, the Russian Telecom Agency, about whatever, doesn't matter. I don't want to go into details. They must report, they're accountable. They're reporting to a regulator. And Sergei is asking whether we plan to share any data that we hold, you hold, directly to the regulator. Do you want to share your data with the regulator outside of your engagement with the law enforcement authorities? You know, to the question is really whether you plan to turn in some users to the regulator. Do you want to share some data, non-public data, with the regulator that lie outside, like the data that lies outside of your regular communication with the law enforcement authorities? RIPE NCC does not disclose non-public data. We do not disseminate data to third parties. We protect the rights of our members, including the right to confidentiality. Everything that's publicly available at RIPE is available to everybody, including the regulator. But it's good to know that now there is this regulation in Russia, and it might become a problem for our members. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. And Sergei confirms to me in the chat that I interpreted his question correctly. Okay, another question. One of our end users, and this is a question from Denis Mikhlevich, who is a member of the program committee of ENOG, by the way, so I'm reading his question. One of our end users wants an IPv6, and he wants more than /48, because to announce, you can't use BGP networks to announce smaller networks. So the end user has a distributed office. He has offices in different cities, that is to say. And it was at the time when he got his allocation, he only managed to get so many /46 PIs just to have enough to feed his offices. Why so little? Well, I think it's not a question to us, it's a question to the community. What we are releasing really is all subject to RIPE NCC policy and procedures. But thank you, Denis, for the question. So your answer tells me that there is a policy that says that you cannot allocate a bigger share of addresses. And if some people are not happy with how things stand today, then they need to bring it up in the task forces or working groups. What's the minimum? The minimum is /48. /48. I'm sorry. Maximum. It depends. It depends on the needs of the network. It's not 32, but it can be 44 or what? Yes, if it is a small organization and the requirements are not too high, maybe they can do with /40 APIs. But if it's a big organization, they have a particular business plan, then it makes sense to contact RIPE NCC and request up to /29. /29 is an enormous amount of resources. But 29 is provider aggregated. Because the question is about provider independent. Usually it's /48. For PI, it's /48. Can you have bigger? Is there a prohibition? No, there is no like a particular limit or a prohibition, but you have to justify the need for a greater. Well, if you have like 56 points of entry from which you want to know, well, for PI, we never had cases like that. We don't have experience like this. We never had cases. But if you do have a need, please write to us. And we have a special team in registry services that specializes on IPv6, and they know much more than I do. Okay, Dmitry has disappeared. There must be something wrong with his connection. Okay, we have another question. Can you sell or rent IPv6 out of /29, or you need to get a separate /48 for the clients who want to sell or rent? I can't give you an answer. I'm not an expert on IPv6. Please send this question to lir/help at ripe.net. That was the question from Eduard. Thank you, Eduard. And Dmitry, I think Dmitry wants to ask a question. He's in the audio queue. Oh, hello again. With respect to the words of Alex, that LIR is supposed to do its bit of the job. Maybe it's a miscommunication. Most of the transfers or the deals, they happen not inside the LIRs, but between LIRs. So it is a regulatory issue for RIPE rather than the LIR. Okay, since this is a comment for me, let me just say that I communicate a lot with the technical community and with the LIRs, in particular because I'm a director for external communications at RIPE NCC. And I can see that people tend to treat RIPE as if we were a boss, a manager. People perceive RIPE as an instance, if you will, as an authority that should better be avoided. But this is a grave error. If two LIRs have questions, they need to write to lir-help@ripe.net. And there are people there at this mailbox who are receiving letters and they're answering those letters, and it's their job, and it's not some authority or some top executive, you know, and you shouldn't get, you know, it's best if you're not noticed by that superior. There are some people like this in the organization, but no, really, write to LIR-help. You will get answer from those people. It is this misperception that I encounter quite often. And it has been bothering me for a while. Alena? Well, the only thing I can say is yes and thank you. And you're right, our colleagues from external relations, Alex and Maxim, they're doing a sterling job. And we understand that, yes, that there is this barrier. And for some reason, you're reluctant to write to us. There is this, I don't know, what is it? Is it fear? Is this some kind of a barrier? We are working to lower the barrier through presentations, through various outreach activities, through the meetings. We don't want to scare you off with a long list of rules. The rules exist in order to ensure a fair and a safe playing field for everybody. If there is compliance with the rules, then there is no space left for any incidents or contingencies, emergencies. Again, if you have doubts or questions, please write to us. We have people who speak Russian in the office, and they will be able to communicate with you in the language in which you write to us. But thank you, Dmitry. Thank you for your comment. And Alexei, thank you for the support, Alexei and Maxim, for the support that you are providing us with. But we are here. I'm not the only Russian-speaking person in my department. We all have our own areas of competence. We have our own specializations, and we will always be ready and willing to redirect your question to a better expert than we are. Like, let's do it together. Let's work on this together. And Eduard is writing to the chat that yes, many people are afraid of RIPE. Eduard, do not forget about the difference between RIPE and CC. People are not afraid of RIPE. People are afraid of RIPE and CC. Alena and I, we are RIPE and CC, and you are RIPE. So probably you are not scared of the RIPE community. I guess that what you are trying to tell us is that some people are indeed somehow intimidated by RIPE and CC. Dmitry wanted to ask a question, I think. Well, maybe we still don't understand each other. I meant the number of LIRs, and we are only, we are in the early days of all these deals and transactions and transfers. And if today we have all these problems, think about how many problems we're going to have in the next 10 years. And if you're saying that, okay, in our audience, what was it, 70%, like 50 people here who are competent in IVPC. I mean, if 50 people come to you, probably you'll be able to handle this. But when thousands of people come to you, probably it'll be too late to think about revising your procedures or something. Because we vote only twice a year. Well, twice a year. But those processes, the exponential ones, they do not happen too often. When today you have 50 units and next week it's 1,000 units. The IP addresses market, I'd say it emerged about, I don't know, 8 years ago, probably around 2012. And on our website, there is statistics on how many transfers there are. And by the statistics, you can tell it's an organic process. It's not like an explosion. Because of whatever, I don't know. There is a process, it's steady. The history is very transparent. The data is known. It's there. And if you have issues, then let's deal with those issues as they arise. Don't anticipate an unrealistic issue. Well, let me add something. What you are saying is right. And when we are monitoring those processes, we recognize the existence of those processes. And like I said in the presentation, that was the reason for us to merge two units inside our department. We wanted to train more people so that they become more versatile and get the skills of managing transfers, understanding the legal implications of the resource transfers. And the links that you have in the slides about the transfers, and Alex mentioned them as well. If you want to find out how much workload our department gets by type of requests, you can, there is a presentation there of our officer, Philippe Sever, and he shows in his presentation how many and what kind of requests we are receiving at our department. Of course, we are monitoring the dynamics. One day there may be too many requests because the rules are not known to some of the people who are sending the requests. Yes, well, I mean, we understand that potentially this is possible. In theory, this is possible, but we are keeping an eye on the dynamics and the changes in the number of those requests, and we are getting ready for such an eventuality. Okay, let me read some comments from the chat. For those of you who are not reading the chat, because some of you are watching us on YouTube, I'll read what people are writing on the chat. Ms. Ayedov says selling or renting PV6s is the function of LIR. Agree. Vadim Rybalko says that to justify a PV6 mode of more than PI more than /48 is difficult. And I agree, this is true. And Alyona has said that she promises to take it up with the colleagues who are responsible for PV6. When we receive a letter, can you please send us a letter? Because I don't want to miss this information. Can you please send us a letter or something? Probably you must have already contacted us. This is what I get from your message, but probably you didn't get the response that you expected to get or didn't get any. Anyway, can you please write to me, and I will ask my colleagues to get in touch with you. Or, well, anyway, well, and you also have my details, contact details. You can also contact me if you're not happy with the response that you're getting from Alyona's side. We have another question from Eduard Emudinov. I did not know that you could get you could pay a fee and get your allocations of IPv4, IPv6. There is little information about membership and how membership is connected to resources. Yes, yeah, I understand. Thank you for your comment. Sometimes we believe that this is a well-established fact and everybody knows about this connection between your membership at RIPE and resources. But again, from your comment, I take it that this is not so. And if you can save this comment, Alex, then it would be very helpful because I would be happy to discuss this with colleagues. Yes, I think that we will need to discuss this with the colleagues who are responsible for supporting the platform. But yes, I will save the comments that we are getting via the chat. And Q&A, probably we can have them, those messages archived as well, or somehow saved. But I will just copy from the chat and save it. There was another comment in the chat about PI. I think it was from Vadim Rybalko. PI, it's difficult to justify. I read it. We've just discussed it. Yes, can you please save this? Feedback. Yes, absolutely. Sure. Not a problem. We will do that. And we are also in touch with Vadim in the Telegram ENOG chat. so we know how to find each other. So definitely we will see this through. We have what, 5 minutes left. I read the questions. Probably that's why you don't see the questions, or they are old questions. And yes, questions that have been answered, they are marked as answered and they disappear. Oh, this is something that I don't like. Actually, I would love to have the history of questions or some kind of a track record or something. Well, I think we can finish 5 minutes earlier. It's been a long day. Sergey is writing in the chat, by the way, that it's an interesting comment when you said that you are not a very good public speaker at one point. Well, actually, I'm not used to discussing these things in the Russian language. I'm not used to the Russian terminology, and way too often we're using English words in the middle of the Russian speech. But okay, we're all people, and I think I believe my message. I'm sorry. Again, I've just used the English word. My message, my сообщение, my message is please stay in touch. Please write or call, and my colleagues and I will always be happy to come to your service. What about writing to you in different languages? Yeah, like I said, we are a multilingual community. We have many people working at RIPE CC of different backgrounds with different native languages. And at the same time, English is our working language and all our communication is in English. It just facilitates the process for us, and let's use the language that both parties know, and usually that would be English. Okay, thank you. Maybe we can build a list of languages available in the RIPE CC office. I don't know. Well, anyway, let's close this session. Thank you very much, everyone. I wanted to thank the co-moderators, Alex Semeniaka, Oliver. We wanted to thank Oliver and Andrea, who provided us with the technical support and ran the polls for us, and the translators, and the translator. Yes, we wanted to thank the translator as well. And I wanted to remind you that every presentation, every speaker can be rated. You can find you can go to the meeting plan on the website of the conference, and next to each presentation, there is a rated button. Thank you. Please use it. Thank you. Enjoy the evening, and see you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow.